Okay, is anybody watching this? Is it just me? Okay, thank you, Leg. Okay, but the real question is, can you hear me? Oh, shut up. Okay. I don't know if I fuck with this right now or if I save it for another time. That's gonna be tedious. But my 7-meter version of this is way less. Start off, I need to launch a satellite to find asteroids. Because my mission right now is to send tourists to an asteroid. So let me take those contracts and get that all set up, and then I'll just launch the initial satellite on a basic bitch rocket, because why not? Let's see, anything related to asteroids I want. This one is for detecting comets, but I don't know if... I'll take it. I don't know if comets are turned on with the mods I have right now, but... Okay, so let me take these asteroid missions. See if there's anything else useful I can get in here. Probably not, though. Take that one. Yeah, I'm not moving a Class E asteroid. Those things are very large and very heavy. Okay, so let's just get in here and build a very, very basic, just a telescope satellite. We can leave. We're not going to be building something big. Alright, so need a probe core. We need the satellite itself, or the telescope itself. We need some sort of thrust on it, not much. Could put an ion thruster on this thing. I never use ion thrusters. It's super unnecessary, but I couldn't do it. Do I even have good argon thrusters? This one's argon. Although, I probably want multiple. Let's see. If I switch these to argon tanks, and then put one thruster here. 12,000 meters per second delta V, but very, very low thrust to weight. And that's, I need solar panels still, so that's not a good. Let's just do liquid fuel. Let's keep this very simple. So we can put, that's a very small vacuum optimized engine. Got too many damn engines. Overkill, but tanks are rounds ones. It's only 4 seconds. This is the stock ones, I think, the new ones. It's 8 a second, that'll work. Let's get that fuel back on. This is a massively overkill probe core, but yeah, whatever. They're better looking fuel tanks that are bigger. These ones, which are kind of chunky. Throw an antimatter containment unit on there. No problem. Can't put. No, I can only put cryogenic in there. Alright, fuck it, let's go with what I had. This is just a dumb, pointless satellite. I don't need to be overthinking it this much. Not pointless, but simple. That's 2,000 meters per second is more than enough because this thing probably will need like a couple hundred. This isn't going to the moon, this is going to just deep space orbit of the home planet. The moon doesn't need asteroid satellites. The moon solves asteroid problems by just eating the asteroids. Alright. Very basic bitch little thing. I need a big antenna on it. Don't want to forget that. That'd be a real pain in the ass. Could have this thing double as a relay for... Although that wouldn't really be useful. Never mind. So let's just put a big regular ass antenna on here. This will probably be enough. terrible. That's slightly less terrible. Sure, that's fine. So we got control, we got power, we got fuel, we got engines. We have the thing that it's there for. This thing has reaction controls and batteries in it, although I could probably put a couple extra batteries just because sometimes when you're transmitting data, it sucks a whole lot of juice down. That can be a pain in the ass. Wait, not 400, where's the 800? There it is. Ah. Should not interfere with these at all. Does not. These do rotate, right? That's important. Because I don't want to fuck around with having to orient the thing towards... Yeah, tracking speed. Okay. So, there's our payload. Now, let me save it just to be safe. Asteroid sat. Nope, that's not what I want. Okay, so we got that saved. We can dump it for now, and then build a rocket for it. Very small rocket. I have all my saved rockets that are huge and theoretically are cheap enough it wouldn't matter. I could still use them just fine, but eh. This is going to be such a cheap launch, it really doesn't matter. Do I want a probe core on here? No, I don't think I need it. What are you talking about, Fanta? Oh, you're talking about the other stream. We need 2 stream chats. I'm going to make a second stream chat. Anyway, I don't know why that's important enough to discuss, but apparently it is. Because the upper stage, because the payload has a probe core on it, there's really no benefit to having an extra one. I will put an extra reaction wheel in the upper stage just to give a little bit of extra control. It's not necessary, but it'll make things turn faster. So upper stage just needs... This is going to be the most overkill thing ever. I'm not going to need. Not even... Anyway. this rocket's gonna, including the payload, I'm gonna have like just an absurd amount of delta V on this thing. Which I really don't need, but hey, why not? Now, if I put another decoupler here. Should work. Grab my asteroid set, slap that on top. Slap fairing on. Let's up the ejection force, just because sometimes if you don't, it gets weird and like glitches out. And clamshell deploy because it's way cooler looking, which is almost as important as it working. Slap a launch clamp on this thing and just go. Just for fun, let's also do a slap a couple lights on here just so we can see it. Serves no purpose, but it's fun. Let's launch it. Wait, staging. Engine clamps. Want. So clamps go and first engine, then this decouples and that engine fires up, then fairing separation, and then upper stage, decouples the payload and payload launcher starts the engine. So, that's plenty. Let's go. Alright. Crazy amount of thrust to weight and a crazy amount of delta V. Actually, throttle down so I don't. So I don't waste a bunch of fuel to drag, but I totally can. It doesn't matter. Also, I took way too long to pitch over here. Very bad launch robot. I'm just gonna coast for a bit because I'm already at a 50,000 meter apoapsis and I'm going like 10 degrees, 20 degrees. So just let myself slow down a little bit, which is hugely inefficient, but I kind of already did that to myself by launching weird. Let's see if we can pitch ourselves down a little bit more. Now the air is less thick. I don't have to worry much about drag. This is not how you should be launching. That's what happens when you use very low tier parts after you've... Like, you're using a very small basic rocket when you have high tier parts, and it means you got things that are a little bit overpowered, and you use it to launch a very small payload. Because orbit is not going straight up. If I go straight up, I will just then slow down from gravity and then just get pulled straight back down. To get to orbit, you need to be going so fast to the side that as gravity pulls you, it pulls, like, you're constantly falling, but you're going so fast sideways that you're falling around the edge of the planet, basically. And, I mean, in theory, you can go straight up and then go straight sideways, but that's a very inefficient, like, hugely inefficient waste of fuel. You want to... Every second you spend burning fuel straight up is fuel that is basically going for nothing, because being in orbit is about going sideways. If there were no atmosphere, you could go no atmosphere and no hills or mountains. You could just go at orbital velocity at sea level, or at 1 foot above sea level, and you'd be fine. But because there is air, you have to get over that air and get over the terrain in order to get to orbit. So going up is solely to get out of the atmosphere. Everything beyond that is completely wasted. So if you were to burn straight up, like, basically all of that energy you exerted to go straight up would be, like, you would lose all of it, and you'd be going, and, you know, at the top of your arc, you know, you go straight up at the apoapsis, the highest point in your arc, you would be at 0 velocity. So you would be, all that fuel that you spent would be for nothing. Whereas if you get off the pad, you go straight up initially, and then you start banking over slowly. It's called a gravity turn, because that way, you know, you're still keeping a little bit of vertical thrust, so to make sure that you don't fall into the planet as you accelerate. But as you gradually turn more and more of that engine, more of that fuel is being exerted to push you towards orbital velocity, which is completely sideways. So ideally what you do is you start vertically and you just very slowly bank, and the entire time you're burning your engine, so that right at the peak of the orbit you're going perfectly 90 degrees sideways, and then that's the exact moment you hit your perfect orbit. But in KSP that doesn't work as well as it does in reality. Get these solar panels out. Actually burn a little bit downwards, because I want to keep a roughly, it doesn't really, for this mission it doesn't really matter, but generally you want to get a roughly circular orbit, because it's way more efficient, or it's way easier to do things from a circular orbit. When you're at, like, a weird eccentric orbit, it's just a pain to try to rendezvous or to try to hit a certain launch window or transfer window. Is Jesus Jack even watching the stream? Why does he keep going into the chat? Yeah, so that extra reaction wheel I put on here maybe was unnecessary. I think this might be a little bit too much control authority, but hey, who's counting? Let's... Oh, god damn it, the hitbox for this antenna is inside. Antenna down before I forget. Telescope can't be done right now. What? Okay. So, the way that asteroid tracking works in this game, there are some showing up already, which is weird. They're not really supposed to. But basically, I want to find an asteroid. Yeah, there's a bunch of them out here. What the hell? That's supposed to be something I need. Fancy. I need... This is why I launched a satellite. Apparently, I might have not needed to. Or maybe because I launched it, it's already detecting them, even though it's not supposed to. But in theory, what you want to do is you want to have your telescope in a solar orbit, so around the sun, not around the planet, but you want it in a slightly lower solar orbit than the planet you're trying to observe, so that, you know, because if it's at a higher orbit, and you want to find asteroids, it's kind of hard to see asteroids when you're looking directly at the sun. So you want the sun to your back so you can look outwards. So why these are showing up now, I'm not sure, but they are. But I've already got this thing in space, so let's finish the mission, even if it's technically might be unnecessary. So to get to a lower solar orbit, I want to burn retrograde relative to Kerbin's orbit. So Kerbin is going counterclockwise, and I am going also counterclockwise around Kerbin. So what I want to do is set up a maneuver where I'm going to burn prograde, so in the direction of my movement relative to the planet. But, oh god, why is that going automatically? What the fuck? That was weird. I lost track of where it was. So I'm burning towards the direction of movement because I've already got the speed around the planet. I might as well use it. So I'm just going to add more speed, but I'm going to add that speed at a point in my orbit of the planet where it's going to contribute to me going against the orbit of the planet around the sun. So I'm burning prograde to Kerbin, but I'm burning retrograde to my orbit of the sun. So for some reason it's not marking the last stage as having fuel, but whatever, that's probably nothing. Way too large of a burn on there. So I'm just knocking that down a bit. I only want to just barely escape the planet. Because I don't want to go in a super deep, like a super low orbit, because then I'm just going to fly, you know, because the further from Kerbin's orbit I am, the more quickly I'm going to fly past Kerbin and then have to wait, you know, however many years before the satellite lines up with the planet to find more asteroids. So now I just gotta find the right time to do the maneuver where it's perfectly retrograde. So what am I encountering? Also, hey, my probe to the Saturn to Sarnus is back, or almost back. I launched that thing at the beginning of my campaign. Okay, that should work. So that gives me a periapsis slightly lower. So the like teal bluish line is Kerbin's orbit. This one will be my new orbit after this burn. And it is, so let's just orient to that. And then fast forward the 10 minutes to get to that point. So this stage will give me the initial kick, and then I'll stage off and the satellite itself will finish the rest of the orbit. Oh no, the cat's back. Ooh. Oh, this thing is not... What? Why is this thing so unevenly... Oh, I might have fucked that up. Okay, it's fine. If I just keep pointing prograde, I should be fine. Because I was controlling it from that... You know, that maneuver node I just planned was... planned by this stage, I guess. So when I... Actually, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know why that did that, come to think of it. Oh, well. Fuel level of the satellite's right here now. So I have 900 meters per second, or 970 meters per second left. So that was actually a bit of an overshoot. Let me burn a little bit retrograde. Because I want this to be just below the orbit of Kerbin. That'll work. Shut up, cat. I just gave you food and litter box cleaned and played with you. You're fine. Alright, so let's get this thing out on a solar trajectory. Bye, Kerbin. Cat is in front of my monitor. And now he's gone. Okay. So I am now in interplanetary space. Let's see, am I technically within the orbit yet? I am. Should probably delete these extra vehicles because they're really not wanted and they're just cluttering up the screen. Okay, so this might take a little bit to properly propagate the new asteroid, which again, I've already got. I don't know why these are showing up. They shouldn't be, but you can see a couple new ones are popping up. Yeah, a whole bunch of new ones are popping up. So I'm going to do, normally you would wait till the periapsis to circularize, but I'm clearly a little bit inside the orbit of Kerbin. So if I have so much fuel that if I just go in here and just hit circularize now, 100 meters per second, that'll give me a perfectly circular orbit. And that'll keep me relatively close to Kerbin for as long as possible. Got some science there, too. There we go. So now I'm in a perfectly circular orbit, just barely inside Kerbin's. Oh, but for some reason that shouldn't be. For some reason I have an encounter with Kerbin. If I just point radial in, will that avoid this? There we go. Okay, that's fine. So for now, for the next however many 100 years, I shouldn't encounter Kerbin. Bye, Kerbin. Okay. So now, back to the Space Center. That's set up. Now I can look at the tracking center, fast forward till I see an asteroid that's on a good trajectory that's easy to intercept, and then I can actually build the ship to do the proper mission to intercept the asteroid. And I would like to have that 10 meter, 11 meter starship set up, but I'll probably just use the 7 meter one. Although that one might need some tweaks to make it work, but I guess we'll find out. Alright, let's fast forward to morning because it's nicer. There we go. Alright, Dragon Station. So we're not trying to capture this asteroid, so size of it doesn't really matter. I mean, ideally, it's nice to have a bigger one because bigger asteroids are cooler than smaller ones, but I think there might technically be more science for encountering a big one too, but I'm not really here for science right now. I'm just here for a tourist mission to find an asteroid. Okay, so there's an E-class one right here. It's on a very similar orbit to Kerbin. That one would be very easy to intercept. Let me actually track. Okay, never mind. It's not in that. It's still pretty similar, but it's not as similar as it initially looked. There's another E-class. It's not too bad, but it is inclined, and inclined orbits are a huge pain in the balls. There's a D-class. So these are all going to be a little bit inclined, but you know, I'm mapping asteroids that are. Oh, here's a comet. Hey, comets are actually enabled. I didn't realize that. I thought they were turned off by the mods that I'm using. But that's cool. We're not going for that right now. We have the tech, we probably could, but that'd be a much more expensive mission that I don't really want to plan right now. So I just need to pick one of these. Stop popping up that stupid window. Why are you always popping that up? Just make it very small. You can you can mine asteroids for fuel, and then if you have the right mods installed, you can use them to mine for metals that you can use to build rocket parts that you can use to build rockets. But they have a finite amount per asteroid, which in game seems very small relative to reality. Like, asteroids are pretty big in reality. Even small asteroids have a whole lot of mass to them, but in game it's like a small. If you encounter a medium-sized asteroid and you have a medium-sized rocket and you start mining the asteroid to refuel the rocket, you'll get like 1 or 2 refuels and that'll be it. Yeah, what I was saying before is that rendezvousing with inclined orbits, especially on an interplanetary scale, is a huge pain in the ass, but I'm only mapping asteroids that are right next to Kerbin, which means they're relatively close to Kerbin's ascending node, which means that rendezvousing with the orbit from there is actually not that big of a deal. So I think I'm probably just going to do this one. Especially because it's behind me, that means that it'll be slowly it'll overtake Kerbin, so I'll have a good opportunity to catch it. So let's get rid of any of the other asteroids that I'm currently tracking, because I don't care about these ones. I do want to keep that comet listed just because it's cool. So yeah, this one's... because comets actually should be visible, because like they have graphics as they approach the sun. They put off a trail and you can see it from anywhere in the solar system, and it's cool. Okay, so this is my target. Now, why do I have all these negative messages? What? I have 15 warnings. It's probably bad. Oh. Contract failed. What? Wait, what? Okay, that's... Oh, okay, this might be from last time I streamed. Hopefully. Are these ones still active? Okay, they are. Okay. For some reason the game's really weird, and it'll, like, when you revert the save, it reverts everything except for that little warnings window. So if you fail a mission, it'll keep doing it. Like, it'll keep showing it even after you reload the save, which is very disconcerting. Are there any other asteroid-related missions while I'm going to be out there? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so leave here. See if that, cause I did those config edits before last time I streamed to make. It's not really cheaty because, like, the cost and the weight of the engines is the same as it would be normally, but I just physically scaled them down relative to the ship, so it's closer to realistic proportions. Because, like, the size of stuff in this game is all real wonky, and it means that certain vehicle types just don't work because you need to cram more engines underneath the rocket, which means you can't make long rockets. So I did some config edits to make a bigger starship work, but I haven't checked to see if it worked, if it fucked up all my old ones. So let's find out. So if so stage 1 is a crazy, okay, yeah, so it worked, but now I can scale these engines down a little bit because they're crazy. So I'll have more smaller engines, which is functionally the same, but it looks way better and it's closer to reality. Gotta move this entire thing up. Did I ever... I never actually put a probe core on here. figuring out which way is right way on here is a pain. That's not what I wanted. There's some real... When you have a ship this complex, you have to do some real fuckery to make it use it just like user interface wise. There's some nonsense involved. So right now it thinks that down, that like flying ventral is right. So that's not what I want. So let me reroute again to here. Pull this up. Just trying to do in my... I think that's the right way. So now if I... Don't know why it does that either. Okay, everything is reversed right now. It says forward is... Okay, everything's reversed except for forward and back. So if I do this... You can hear me, right? Okay, I was gonna say, like, obviously you could, but... Okay, I think that's right now, hopefully. But it still fucking flips it for some reason. Okay. So now backward is right, to the right, to the left. Oh shit, this one doesn't have the fixed RCS. Okay, I can do that myself. That's the right direction, that's the right direction. Okay. So now I've got orientation right. Let me save that. So I can pull a bunch of the crap off this thing that I don't need now. How does that even happen, Fanta? It's not even I'm not even on Discord right now. Okay, so the question is, am I using the starship to dock with the asteroid, or am I using the starship to launch a vehicle to dock with the asteroid? And I think I'm going to do that because it would allow me to use nuclear engines, which would be way more effective, because I am not at the money level to design a completely nuclear starship right now. So let's actually pull all this crap out of here, and we'll just make it a cargo mission. So this thing's just going to launch up and dump a vehicle with all the passengers on it that will go rendezvous with the asteroid. Okay. Now I can do the actual thing I needed to do, which is move this up. Oh, also since that last stream I did, I removed that mod that altered our aerodynamics because I don't want to fuck with that. Okay, these engines are still oversized. 1.6 maybe? Yeah, that should be a decent... Actually, I can probably do 1.5. You do not need to build something to move the rocket, no. Unless you want, I mean, you can. It's totally within the realm of the game, although when you start dealing with objects that large, you start to really push the limits of the physics engine. Let's see, is 16 of those enough? So that is a thrust to weight of 2.0 at the launch pad, although that's with no payload. But payload should only be a fraction of the total weight, so it should be fine. Let me actually switch this to absolute so that they're all matching. So these outer ones will all be ungimbaled. Locked in place. The inner ones will be gimbaled. for looks, I might actually... Serves no real purpose, but it'll look better, so... It's obviously worth it. I should put 8 down here just for extra oomph. Actually, I'll knock these middle ones down a little bit, because that'll give them more gimbal room. Because that way they can turn a little bit further without running into these engines. And I have these things modded to have crazy high gimbal authority. Or gimbal range, I should say. That should work. Okay, so that's the booster. Up here, I want to... I shouldn't need to fuck with the RCS, because I'm not going to actually re-enter this thing. I'm just gonna get the actual payload to orbit, and then I'll just yeet this thing back at the Space Center and have it automatically re-enter on its own. Alright, let me save that. Now. Okay, let me put a decoupler in here. Should be big enough. Could actually get rid of this grating in here. Buy myself an extra, like, I don't know, half a meter of space. So let me just save this and reroute it to here. Oh, god damn it. The way that the game can't figure out if something's inside the hitbox of another object is really irritating. That wasn't the object I meant to grab. Because even though I can see the decoupler, it thinks it's inside the fuel tank, which means I can't click it from the outside. Let me put a smaller decoupler, because I don't need one that big, and it looks weird. And once again, it's inside. Okay, technically floating, that's fine. I'll take it. Okay, so I have a rough idea of how much space I have in here. So I'm just going to save this. I'm going to reroute to the decoupler, which just inverted the direction of travel for some reason. God damn it. That's fine, I can fix that later. And then I'm gonna put this entire thing... Oh wait, I need to also check the engines on the Starship, because they're also modified now. So let me just slide this over. Right, and this is also the deep space one, which has a bunch of extra shit down here I don't want. It doesn't have sea level engines, which is actually a huge problem. I'm glad I checked that. Is there anything else in there? I don't need any of these ladders, because I'm not gonna plant people on this thing. Although I could, do I want to do that? But either way, I don't need the ladders. So what I was gonna do is I was gonna build a nice little nuclear transfer stage to get to the asteroid and back, and then I was just gonna have everybody re-enter in a capsule, like a basic bitch capsule. But what I could do is launch this thing into orbit, have it dump off the brought nuclear shuttle thing, and then stay in orbit, and then come back and rendezvous with it. That might be fun. Let's do that. Which means that I will be manually landing this thing, but it also means that I need to account for that. So So if I get a docking port, I wonder if it'd be easier to have a, because there are these linear docking ports that one of the mods I have uses. Although I don't know how strong those are for re-entering with. And it's probably a bunch extra weight for not much benefit. So let's just slap one of those on there. Or do I want to use one of the square ones? Because that'll make sure it's... Nah, this is fine. This is fine. I don't want to overthink it too much. So why is this stuff floating now? Okay, that should work. So now I just need to build something that has one of these docking ports on the bottom and is not much bigger than like 3 of them side by side. And I can do that. That's not too hard. Oh, but I need to finish this first, what I was doing down here. So I don't need these lights anymore. So now I can scale these down since I did that edit. Let's just aim for like 1.6 is probably enough. Gimbal's off. That might actually not be enough. No, that'll be fine. And then grab one of these engines. I'll throw 3 of these bad boys in here. So now the question is just those 3 engines enough to land with? If I pull most of the fuel out of here. We just have a little bit of landing fuel left. So if I have just that and this, that's only a 1.5 thrust to weight, so that's not acceptable. Let's make those a little bit bigger. It's now 2.5. That might be enough. We'll see after I let's put a couple 100 tons in here just to see how that affects the thrust to weight. I just take one of these jumbo tanks, fill it with ore. It's still a thrust to weight of 1.7. And that's with almost 200 tons, and I doubt the whatever little craft I'm going to put in here is not going to, when it's out of fuel, because I can just dump the excess fuel at the end. Should not weigh more than 200 tons. But I am paranoid. And landing is so much, when you're trying to land and you have low thrust to weight, it's a real pain in the ass. Whereas, like even a little bit of extra thrust to weight makes it, the difference between 1.5 and 2 is massive when you're trying to land. And these actually need to be offset so I have more gimbal room. So now if it's fully fueled with that payload, let's see how much thrust to weight I have taking off. Okay, so I have a crazy amount of thrust to weight taking off. 2.26 is a ton. Although at that point I could throttle down these. And it's 1.7, and that gives me more delta V because less fuel is going through the sea level engines and more is going through the vacuum engines, which is ideal. I still don't like how, because these center engines should be way smaller relative to the... I'm tempted to make these bigger just so it looks better, even though I absolutely don't need thrust weight. Okay, so there. Now I can put these... That's weird. Why is the thrust... or why is the delta V so low? I guess that's just with so much payload. Yeah, that's all I'm seeing there. So with no sea level, it's 2,600. With half sea level... Okay, so that makes a relatively little difference. So we'll just leave it like that. Take this out. Put this back on. Oh, you know, I should have checked with that, with payload, how much thrust weight I have on the first stage. God, all my hotkeys from all my different 3D softwares are getting confused now. Okay, so I still have a thrust weight of over 2 with 200 tons on there. Or exactly 2 with exactly 200 tons, so that'll work. Okay, so let's drop this down and then reroute to this, which probably just fucked up everything with regards to my ship orientation. It sure did. So now if I reroute to this, is it going to turn it upside down? Hey, it didn't. So it thinks that to the right is down, so I need to rotate that way, I think. Now if I reroute to that, it thinks that's up, that's not down. That was on me. I don't know why I just rotated the whole ship, but there. Now it knows down is down, forward, back, right, left. Okay, good. I do need to duplicate these thrusters so I have them. That was the thing I did the other time because I realized what a huge pain in the ass it was trying to rendezvous with things when I don't have a certain directions of thrust. So if I just take these and that looks about symmetrical. Even if you can see the actual backside of these thrusters and it's just sticking out into nothing, but that's fine. Just pretend that's not happening. Now, come down here and do the same thing down here. let's see, how much torque does that impart? A whole lot, apparently. What? That's like an absurd amount of torque. Oh, it's because the thruster or the booster's still attached. Derp. Kind of hard to judge when the booster's attached. There. So now instead of, 3,000 tons worth of torque, I'm getting 300, which is still not great, but it's better. So I have all my tanks full, right? So make sure before I'm trying to like balance the reaction control on this thing that I'm not doing it with a really unbalanced ship. Okay, yeah, that should be right. I think changing the engine sizes made the balance of this whole thing all weird. Why are those... Why are the landing legs seemingly not symmetrical? Or I guess maybe just I had the wrong placing on that. That seems right. Alright, I need to fix the ones up here too. Which sucks, because these ones look cool. Like, I like the look of that, but it gives me really offset thrust. That is not straight at all, man. Also, these are not at the right angle, which is why I'm having trouble lining it up. That looks better. Alright. So now down and up are the same. Backward is nice and almost perfectly balanced. And attitude controls have almost no thrust in them. It's good. Because when you're trying to reorient your ship's attitude, like the rotation, you want no thrust, you just want it to spin. And because you want everything to rotate around the center of mass, and if you have really off-balanced reaction control, it's going to fuck with that. you'll be thrusting more in one direction, one direction than the other. Whereas when you're trying to translate and like move your ship to dock, you want to have 0 rotation, and you want to have these things. You want to have, you want to have these perfectly balanced against the center of mass, so you're just pushing the entire ship sideways. And fortunately, the dry mass on this ship is almost exactly where the fully fueled mass is, so that'll be relatively easy to manage. So like it won't change that much when I'm almost out of fuel. So there's that. So let's save that whole thing. And is it already okay? It's already rerouted to that. So now I can make the whole thing an assembly. Starship 7.5 meter cargo. So now I can design the payload separately and then just pull this thing out of the garbage here and just slap it on. So to start, I need one of those docking ports so I know that I'm able to attach to it. If I can find it. And it'll be pointing. Oh, hey, wait, there's a marker on here that shows... That's fucking useful. Why is that not always visible? Why is that not a stock feature? Unfortunately, it's not showing me... I don't know what direction that is, but I think that's the direction I want. Although I want this the other way around. So now I can actually design the ship that's going to the asteroid. I have no idea how much Delta V I need, but I'm going to make it out. I'm going to use nuclear engines, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern. So... biggest issue is going to be size, because it has to fit inside that payload bay. This is why it would be nice to have the 10-meter Starship, but I don't have that working yet. Or the 11-meter. So right off the bat, it's going to be a lot of space, but I think it'll be okay. I want just pure hydrogen. I don't want hydrogen oxygen because nuclear engines don't require oxygen. So let's just see out of curiosity how much Delta V this gives me if I slap some basic nuclear engines on here. Let's see. These ones are 10 tons each. That's quite a bit. Those might be a bit overkill. And they're so overkill that even with nuclear engines, it's barely any Delta V. That's 6,000, although that's not... I still have to build like an actual crew. I have to carry, I think, 8 Kerbals to that asteroid and have life support for them. Shouldn't be a super long mission, but it's going to be longer than like a mission to the moon. Tempting just to pull out one of these nuclear saltwater rockets, but that's maybe a bit much for this. You know, throw a nice fusion engine on there. No big deal. Or an afterburning fusion engine. Where's the stock nuclear engines? The ones that come with the base game, because those might actually be just the right, like, class for what I'm doing here. Oh, they're actually smaller than that? There we go. So weight-wise, they're 2 tons each. That is 0.3 thrust to weight. This is 0.9 for almost the same mass. Less mass. Okay, yeah, we're doing that. Although, what's the actual ISP on this? That's 750 versus... I think that's one of the most efficient ones. I mean, this one is 1600, but it's also 6 times the weight. Although it's so much more efficient, it's actually kind of not that bad. It is $200,000 though, versus $20,000. I think we'll stick with the 20. And if we need more thrust, I can just add. There's so much space in this thing, I can just add a couple more to these tanks. I will need to account for. This thing has to dock, and it's not got a whole lot of space to dock currently. So if I throw another little. This is probably going to be too big like this. Let's find out. I can find the thing I just saved. There it is. Yeah, it's already a bit too big. That's fine, we'll just shrink down this top part to this size, which is actually going to sacrifice a whole bunch of fuel, but we can add more on these sides if we need to. If I do this, it's hideous, but I can do it. In fact, because I'm carrying these girders, which I don't actually need girders for this, because technically I don't need it for any of it, because in fact, here, let me do a switcheroo here. Instead of using that girder connection point, I can just use a regular docking port, which I think is lighter. These are 0.3, this is 0.2, so yes. This one doesn't have that marker on it. Why? Oh, there we go. Okay. So instead of using the girder tanks, I can just use regular ass tanks, which also I think have better... If they lose less, it takes less power to cryogenically cool them. That's probably gonna be too much. Although, I could just use a really big one and do that. Although that leaves me very little space to attach anything to, but let's see how much. I could put a couple little like things off the side there to have space. How much delta V do I get with just like this? 8,000. Okay, so that's quite a bit more space efficient and cost efficient and everything efficient versus what I was doing before. So I just need something on the side here to attach these. What I can do, and it's kind of cheaty, I can just take some small tanks. Cram them in there. Because that'll look like trash, so let's not do that. How do I want to do this? Well, what might make more sense in this one big tank is use a slightly smaller but still pretty big tank. Like... That's the same one. That's probably not big enough. Why is there no intermediate size here? There's big and then there's small, but why is there no, like, big and a half? That gives me a bit more space to work with. That's still not going to work. Thing is, technically you can clip an infinite number of parts together and you can fit anything into a fairing if you really want it to, because you can just I can shove 50 small fuel tanks together and make it technically work, but that's kind of no fun. So I want to have a little bit of clipping I'm okay with, but I want to minimize it as much as possible. So that right there is 7,700 meters per second delta V, but that's obviously with no, quote-unquote payload on the top of it. So let's get that figured out. I probably should have, I did this backwards. I should have designed the thing that is sitting on top of this before I designed the rocket part. In fact, I'm going to actually save that and trash it so that I can start over with doing it the right way, which is building a payload, and I can just pull that out at the end and see if it fits. So I need some sort of cockpit. So I'm trying to remember how many. Let me just pull this out. Let me see. I have 5 passengers, and then I have 6 tourists. Right? Yes. Okay. 6 tourists. Plus, I need at least 1 pilot, and I think that's all I need. Yeah, that's all I actually need. Having a scientist would be helpful, but not necessary. This pod does come with a bunch of RCS on it, which is nice. Not a ton, though. And it fits 6 people. Although because I have the life support mods on, it's kind of less important for how many people physically fit, how much life support juice it counts for. So it might make more sense to have a really small, like, command pod for just my pilot, and then have a living quarters for everyone else. So I do something like this. I need a grabber on the front of it because I want to actually, dock onto the asteroid. That looks kind of goofy. Maybe I'll show the group with the grabber on the side. Make it look less stupid. Now I need an actual crew quarters. Actually, I'm curious, how big is... Okay, this is the same height, but it counts for way more in terms of life support, I think. 'Cause this gives you like a habitation multiplier, whereas this also does, but it's a way smaller one. So let's just use the bigger one and say fuck it. It weighs more, and it's more expensive, but gives me something I'm going to need to get anyway. Now below that, Need some for people to live in. This is a crew capacity of 6, which is enough. It also contains monoprop, so that's one less part I need to put on here afterwards. A lot of monoprop. Probably too much. And that combined with... Here, let me... This, and then... So in terms of habitation, that gives me... only 300 days. That's probably enough for the mission, but I don't know that for sure. So I should probably aim for a slightly bigger habitation module just in case. Could go big boy, but... What if I did that? It looks bad, but... I don't know, but damn it. This game would not do that. It's like, man, that gives me 16 years of habitation, but no, it gives me 2 years, which that should be way more than enough. It doesn't come with monoprop, I don't think, but that's fine, because I can just add it afterwards. So let's do that. So that'll handle the living space part of life support. It will not handle the, like, supplies and food part of life support, but I can do that separately. Or I could go big and just throw an inflatable module on here. How much does that add for me? That would add like several years, but it takes up way more space, and space is actually the premium thing here. Let's see if I have an adapter so this doesn't look as stupid. Okay. Get rid of these handrails. I don't really need them. They're just kind of ugly. Okay. That's my living quarters. Now I need something for food. Now, putting a greenhouse on here with this little space is probably not realistic. So, is a laboratory realistic? Because the laboratories serve as a recycling center too. But I think the only lab I have that fits is this, and that's a bit big. Although, if I take that and then slap a couple life support tanks on here. Full of supplies. That'd give me about 300, 400 days of supplies. And if I make this a bigger container, that's a bit too big. I guess these can go up here. They don't need to go attached to the science part. I think that'll still fit. At least the crew part of it. Not quite. Close though. And height-wise, that's running out of space real quick. So I think this lab might be a fool's errand. I still want some sort of recycler, but that one might be a bit too much. There's that, but that's small and weird looking. I can add these little ones, but it's only 60% versus the science labs are like 80%, I think. Basically, the way this life support mod works is you got supplies, which are just a catch-all thing for, you know, food, water, air, whatever. And then you can have fertilizer that is used in greenhouses because when Kerbals consume supplies, they produce mulch. And if you have fertilizer, you can combine fertilizer and mulch to get more supplies. But there's also a concept of recyclers, which basically just reduce the amount of supplies that are initially used. So if you want to do a mission, it's always good to have recyclers, but if you want to do a mission without any sort of greenhouses, then you basically are required to have recyclers. Or I could just say fucking put that on there, but that might have trouble fitting. Where's the smaller lab? Or this aquaculture thing has 81% recycling, although it's only for 4 crew. Whereas this is 50% for 6. This is 10 tons, this is 4 tons. So that gives me... Oh, I don't have any actual supplies on here. Just trying to see how I want to do this. You know, let's just get rid of the lab. Let's just do it with the dinky little recyclers, because I'm worried about this thing running out of space. So let's get these things that stick around the edges. That gives me 60% recycling, so, you know, a little under 1/3 as many resources used. Then I actually need something to consume. This thing doesn't have any space for anything, does it? No. Is there a very thin 5-meter logistics module? Like super thin. That might be something I haven't researched yet, come to think of it. So this thing already 5 meters, I gotta cram it into a 7.5 meter ship, not counting the thickness of the walls. I need relatively low profile stuff here. Okay, well there's the 5-meter one, but that's kind of big. So that's plenty of supplies, although it's a lot of space. It's also a lot of mass, but I think that's just kind of something I gotta deal with. Well, let's just out of curiosity see if I can make this fit and have enough delta V to maneuver properly. So that is probably not going to fit. No, not even close. Okay. That one will. Oh shit, that's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. Oh god. Please don't crash. Ah. Just give it a second, it's thinking. There we go. Oh god, I actually pulled off part of the ship when I did that. Okay, give me this back. This is actually going to be really dicey to make this all fit properly. So we cram that in there. Oh, no, let me do smaller tanks. Although I need one big enough to put the docking port on. This is not a lot of fuel. So remember, these are liquid hydrogen, which means they are very, very undense. So trying to, like, you need way more tank space than you would for a comparable rocket that is not nuclear. Which, depending on this, that might be, I might have to make this a methane rocket or a methane thing separately. But because nuclear rockets don't require oxidizer, you make up some of that space back by not having oxidizer. So you're only carrying hydrogen as opposed to having carried two fuels. So I need somewhere to mount the actual engines. What I could do is... not great looking and kind of cheaty, but it might work. This, I can probably go taller than this, can't I? This is not full height. No, that's pretty much full height. Never mind. So that's a whopping 600 meters per second because of how little fuel I actually have on this thing. But now I can go start cramming balls everywhere. Also, these ones... No, I had that set right. still only 1,300 meters per second. So because this is such a space-constrained vehicle, I might have to just go with a liquid-fueled rocket, like a non-hydrogen fueled. Which would mean non-nuclear, which kind of is less fun, but... The alternative would be I do this in 2 launches, and one of them is the habitation area, and one of them is just fuel and engines. But that is a bunch of extra work I don't know if I want to do. That's how you would normally do. Like, nuclear rockets are not built to be space efficient. That's just not something you get out of them. Because even if I double these... It's still only 2,000 meters per second. So let's just, for curiosity's sake, turn this into a straight-up liquid oxygen, or liquid oxygen rocket. What is the most efficient liquid engine that I can fit on here? Because I know the Wolfhound is 380. That's generally the highest. Do I have one of the mod engines that's better? It's 340. 345. So even though this engine has about half or less than half the ISP of the nuclear engine, just because of solely because of the density of the fuel, it's still, I get more delta V out of it just from this, with a way higher thrust to weight and a way lower cost. But 2,000 meters per second is probably not enough for this mission, which is a problem. This is 355, but that's... How does that compare weight-wise? It's way lighter. I wonder if I could build my own deployable engines. You see why I really need that 11-meter Starship now, because this is a real pain in the ass to try to fit. Those are actually a lot smaller than I thought they were, so that makes sense to use those. Because these are the most efficient vacuum engines in the game. I just take a big honkin' 5-meter fuel tank. Ugh. That could be made to fit. Actually, wait a minute. What happened here? This stuff all got... I might actually have more space than I thought I did. This all got fucked up looking. Hang on, let me trash this one and just grab a new one. And see how much space I actually have. Okay, I got a little bit extra space there, not a ton. Not enough that it would have justified the nuclear stuff, but... Problem is I really have no idea how much Delta V I really need here to get that asteroid. It might only be like 1,000. No, it's gonna be more than that. It's gonna be like at least 3,000 total if I had to guess. The alternative option here is that I could add some mining equipment to this stage and then mine the asteroid to get fueled for the return journey, but then that requires a whole bunch of extra weight and equipment and space, which is the real thing. Weight is not really the issue here, it's space. Although technically, if I could cut weight, it would allow me to have less fuel, which would then save space. Trying to think if there's a way that I can cut this stuff down and take less space. Arguably, I don't need this cockpit. I could just put a probe core on here and have it flown totally autonomously, because I need a pilot for one of these contracts, but I don't need the pilot to physically be flying. He just has to be present. And that would give me space and save me 4 tons. Because I think, or does this have space for... Oh, what is that lag from? Okay, well this module only has space for 6, which is not actually enough. Not expect this to take so long to... having to load this into the... That's the problem with the fairing like this. You know what I could do? You know what I could do? And I don't know if it would be easier or harder, but what I could do... Here, let me just save this for now. This shitty thing that I have right here. Let's trash this. Just give me a new... Okay, let me just load this starship back up. By itself. Ignore the extra one over here. There's really nothing stopping me from just extending this fairing. It'd be extra weight and it would give me less overall payload, but I already know how much payload I need and it's not going to be that much. So what I could do is just replace this cargo bay with a bigger cargo bay. It looks stupid, and it'd throw all my center of mass all over the place, but I could do it. Oh, that's a bit much. Do a 4 and a 2. That seems like a lot, but that gives me a whole bunch of space, and that only costs me an extra like 20 tons, 25 tons of mass. Looks very goofy, but also, where the hell did all my RCS go? Was the RCS... Where'd all of it go? What? Oh no, what happened up here? What are you guys doing? What? Oh, Kerbal Space Program. You so crazy. Okay, let me just wipe it clear. And let me reload it properly. I did say, yeah, I saved it as this, I think. Yes, okay, there we go. Thrusters loaded properly that time. Okay, let's try that again. Pull that off. Pull this off. Let's do a 4 and a 1. I think the 4 and the 2 might have been a bit much, a bit overambitious. So how much does that screw with my center of mass and everything? Gotta detach the booster first. Not that bad. That'd be pretty easy to fix. Oh, fuck it, let's put the 2 on there. So I don't have to do this again. That might work. That might be enough space to go back to nuclear and have space. You know what, let me take the booster, let me save that. And let me get in here, and that. And let's pull this thing back out. Why are you doing stuff like that, game? Now I can pull this back out as a subassembly. It fucked up the thrusters, but that's fine. I can fix that after the fact. Well, I don't know why it's doing that. It's never done that before. It's another just fucked up thing. So you can see that leaves me a whole mess of space. So let's pull this back out. Let's go back to what we were originally doing, but let's get rid of that. Let's put a big fucking hydrogen fuel tank on here. Back what we originally had. Let's see how that works. So that, as it is, fits with space to spare. Wish there was like an offset mount on these things so I could have it come out a little bit and go down so it actually looks proper, so I don't have to have this clipping in like this. Thought there was something like that. Maybe I'm imagining it. What I could do is, this might look terrible, but that also probably won't fit in the fairing anymore, or in the cargo bay. Wait, what I could do, this might actually work to my favor. So if I rotate this 45 degrees, Suddenly this should fit a lot better, hopefully. Kinda. Oh, what? I don't know what. Being stupid. Just swap these. Now I can just sort of clip these together because that I don't feel bad about, considering it's just a truss. Just let me. Wait, why is this? It's purely cosmetic what I'm doing right now, but that is the most important type of thing. There. Now, I should be able to clip these into each other perfectly. Almost. Not quite. Not really at all. That seems close enough. Then I've got the docking point on the bottom, and then on the structural support I can put the mount for the engines, hopefully. Although this is currently not aligned. Now, engines. Let's get those nuclear engines back on there. That is... oh wait, there we go. Alright, we're up to 2,600 and we still got space to cram some more fuel in here. Probably move these down a little bit. That still looks fine. Might want to swap this to 4. Costs me a little bit of extra weight and therefore extra or less delta V, but I gain, it's only 100 meters per second and I gain double the thrust of weight, so that seems worth it. Let me double check that this still fits. It's going to be pretty tight. If I shrink... that technically fits. It's hideous, but it fits. If I were to just put this back on the full grid thing... yeah, it doesn't look great. If I could... do that. I just wonder how much delta V this would have if it wasn't hydrogen. So let me just real quick, just to find out. Even with this extra space, it might still make sense to just make this a... So yeah, that's still significantly more delta V. Damn it, I want to use my nuclear engines, but you have to build around them so carefully that it's just a pain in the ass. You can see how much easier this fits, and that's only with one tank, and it's already got significantly more delta V. So, I think I'm going to have to sacrifice the plan. Sacrifice the nukes. I never use orange tanks. Let's do orange tanks. Does this still fit? Yep. So now, if I grab some of those wolfhounds, hopefully I can cram them in here. Although, let me just find out if I... Actually, never mind. I was going to see if I could switch this to methane and see if I get a little bit more, but there's no way I would, because the this stock engine that I'm using is... The Wolfhound is... Because the core game doesn't have different fuel types, it's only got liquid fuel, which is kind of a stand-in for everything. This is basically a... It's like a hydrogen engine that is just kind of faked to not be hydrogen. That actually still fit. And where's my docking port? Oh god, don't go crazy. Nah. Anytime you attach a big ship to another big ship, you gotta make sure you turn the symmetry to 4, otherwise it has to calculate all this shit to make it to fit everything. Well, that fits with tons of... Okay, man, I have more leeway here than I thought. Okay, so that still fits with space to spare. So, what I could do is add a little bit more fuel to this thing. Does this actually look okay? Not centered at all. Okay. That gives me 4,400 meters per second of delta V. And I can probably tweak that by dropping off some of this. Like, I don't need that many supplies, so I can Probably get almost 5,000 if I'm careful. So that's that. Now I need power. How much battery storage comes with this thing? 500 plus... That's it. That's not a lot. I want at least some batteries on this. Put this back on. Do I have space to add a big battery? Damn it. I forgot to turn the symmetry off. Hey, it worked. Okay, that's... Oh, these need to go in a little bit. That's kind of pushing it. So I can drop it down. Alright, that fits. So, not a lot of space. I'll put some radial batteries just sticking out the sides. Some of these. That gives me 10,000 electric charge. That's plenty. Got that. I need solar. That's all fine and good. Can I get bigger ones just for fun? These ones are deployable and undeployable. That's overkill. If I were to just grab 2 of those, I really only need 1, but you know, balance and all that. I don't know if that would if that might interfere with the side because it sticks out so far there. Yeah, that sticks out further than the side tanks, so we're gonna get rid of that. We'll probably just have to deal with these. They're fine. They work fine. They're way more than I need, but they're just ugly, or they're just basic. In a little bit. Docking with this thing's gonna be a real pain in the ass. Wait, how much power do I need for life support? Way less than I'm using or than I have right now. So let me pull 2 of those off. Every extra kilogram of mass on here is just less delta V I get. I want to preserve as much of that as possible. And then I need something to dock with the asteroid. Let me use the little one. What if I put a little hinge on here? thing is very close to the limit of the edge of the starship, but I can do... Oh wait, hang on, that's... Probably get away with this, and then... Oh, that might not actually be enough to... I don't know if that'll be enough to grab the asteroid or not. I think that'll work. Hopefully. Yeah, that should work. Set max angle to 0. That, lock it in place. Okay. So we got power, we got batteries. We should have communications too. Not really necessary, but good to have. Alright. Power, comms, batteries, life support. Let me see if I can tweak that amount of supplies I'm bringing, so I don't bring a ton of extra that I don't need. Okay, so right now I've got enough for 2 years. Which, it's not going to take that long, but I don't know how long it's actually going to take. Okay, a year and a half gives me an extra 300 meters per second of delta V. That's probably good. How much thrust to weight do I have? 0.5 or 0.6? That's not too bad. I still need docking thrusters on this thing. What I could do to save time and theoretically weight. If I can find them. There's most RCS thrusters use monoprop, which is a separate fuel type specifically built for RCS, but you can also get ones that use bipropellant, which is liquid fuel oxygen, which is, and they're way more powerful, but they're also heavier and more expensive, but it means you don't have to carry an extra fuel type. I just put these right by the center of mass, more or less. Move these solar panels out of the way. So these won't give me any rotational help, but they will just help me, they will just move the ship with relatively little torque. Although how much torque do I actually have on this thing? Because that might be a problem. And one night, I gotta make sure I get another docking port on the starship so that if I fuck up and this thing doesn't have enough Delta V to get home, I should be able to just refuel the starship and send the starship to pick it up halfway or whatever. Be a bunch of extra shit, but I could do it. Right, torque is what I was looking at. 'Cause this thing has 20, and that's all I have on here, which is not enough. Those are 15 each, so that's an extra 120, that'll be enough. Throw 8 extra reaction wheels on there. Go, got engines, got fuel, got supplies. I'm gonna bump that number of supplies up a little bit just to be safe. Oh wait, that fucked up my grabby thing. It still works. Here, I can move it up a little bit so it's not clipping quite so badly. Although then it just clips through this instead. One of those off. You know what? No, I can just get rid of both of them. The rest of them on there should be more than enough. Put this back where I originally had it. Still be good. Lock that. Okay, I think this thing is about good to go. Finally. Save it as Asteroid mission. And also save it as a sub-assembly. Hopefully it doesn't flip out when I load it like everything else is. Asteroid mission. How much does this thing weigh total? Oh, that thing actually weighs more than I thought it did. Huh. But when it's empty, it weighs 100 tons. So still a decent bit, but I think I'll be okay. Because I plan to land with 200 tons and I can handle that. So if I really don't know why it's loading. Okay, let me hit new again. Load the starship. Fix that payload fairing again. We had 6 plus, or no, we had 4 plus 2. That, we fix these thrusters real quick because they're going to be off balance now. My ability to rendezvous with this ship might require the starship to have thrusters. That's relatively well balanced now. Not perfect, but close enough. For some reason, right is worse than left. Or no, they're the same. Never mind. Okay. So, that's all good. This can go back on there. Save it just to be safe. Let me reroute to the right part. And then let me grab this and hope it doesn't all go to shit. Just knowing KSP, it probably will, but so that fits there. Looks like it fits. It looks like the thrusters stayed on this time. Is my little grapply arm good? It's not there. What? Why? Glad I checked, because I don't know why that's missing. Wait, it thinks it's there, which means it's probably in the sky somewhere. Oh, there's the engines too. Oh, this fucking game. And all these fucking mods I have installed on the fucking game. Would have been a hell of a thing to get to space and realize my engines are floating 40 feet above the top of the rocket. Okay. Wait, I've only got one engine. I want all of them, please. Thank you. Alright, is that clipping anywhere? Is it... Because here it actually matters if it's clipping, because that could mean when I decouple, it's going to blow up. I think we're good. Which means I can close that. Nothing peeking through. Now, quick couple things to check on. Let me just save that again to be safe. So, on the way up, I still have a thrust to weight of almost 2, so that's plenty. But, on the way down... empty the fuel out of this thing, and then ignore the vacuum engines. Oh wait, that thrust weight was not accurate because it had stuff on the wrong stage. So that gives me a thrust weight of 1, which is not good. So let's crank these up a little bit more in size. 2.125, still not enough. 2.25, that's 1.3, that's still terrible. This thing's a lot heavy. Oh wait, the supplies are going to be gone from here. That does not make a meaningful difference. Okay, maybe what I do is I make these vacuum ones a little bit bigger. Go down to 3 of them. That's not centered right. bit bigger on these. It's way bigger than I'd like, but... and way bigger than reality. Then again, I am planning on landing with this ship. Smart thing to do would have a decoupler on here somewhere and then just dump the extra part of the stage I don't need and just bring back the top part, but that's a whole bunch of extra complexity I don't want to mess with. Either that or just put a bunch of chairs in the bottom of the starship so that the Kerbals can just climb in and just sit there while they re-enter. That's too easy. That's 1.76. That's not great, but that'll be enough for a relatively safe landing. And then just check again on the way up. Fill this, fill this. Make sure these are empty. Or these are full, but unusable. So that's only 1,600 meters, but that should be enough combined with the booster. Only one way to find out. Well, there's also the way to find out, which is do a bunch of math, but I don't want to do that. So this thing, as it's currently looking, has barely enough fuel to get itself to orbit. Plenty of thrust, though. Did I fill up this again? I did not. That's actually a problem. That's a bunch extra weight I wasn't calculating for. Which that might mean this thing doesn't get to orbit. So that's 14 plus 2. That's basically, that should be doable, but only barely. So what I might do, since I extended the starship so much, might as well make the booster a bit longer too, right? I have the thrust for it. Slightly dropped thrust to weight, but that gives me extra like 300 meters per second. That should be enough to hopefully have some margin. Still crazy unbalanced compared to the real thing, but I think we'll make do. Although I could cram more engines in here, but that's probably not necessary. And make sure cooling is enabled on these tanks. I know it is up there. Okay, I think we're good. Maybe. I'm a bit worried about the amount of landing fuel that I have in the starship, because there's only a couple. There's not much, but whatever. We'll figure it out as we go. Okay. Let's just launch it and see what happens. Who knows? I have no idea if this is gonna work. Is there any last minute thing I need to worry about? Need to turn rigid attachment on these. Let's prevent a little bit of wiggling. Alright, let's see what happens. See if the game even just crashes or what. Oh shit, I didn't select the... Damn it. Okay, hang on. I need to revert back. It didn't select the Kerbals by default. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Stream should be back. Okay. So I got to the launch pad and then realized, oh god, I don't have my crew selected. Also, these RCS thrusters are on when they should not be. So what the hell? They added... This would have made my life so much easier if I had it before. God damn it. Anyway. Thank you. Now I'm gonna go back to Stream Chat 1 since that's where people are getting pinged. I need to turn these RCS thrusters off for the time being until I get that ship out. Because I don't want them firing while the bay is closed. Okay, I don't think anything broke. Does my upper stage still have engines? It does. Okay, does it still have a claw? It does, okay. Oh god, these... Oh, damn it. These top RCS thrusters are not aligned properly, and that's gonna kill me. God damn it. This thing's being all weird. That'll have to work. Save that again. And let's hope for the best. I almost forgot to select crew again. I almost forgot, but I didn't. So, 1 pilot. 6 tourists. Okay. Save it again, not that it matters, because even if you load the saved ship, it'll still freak out. Okay. Full thrust. Let's try to get to 80 kilometers without everything breaking. I pressed space. There we go. Okay. We're running at about half speed right now, but that's fine. The booster would be about twice that long. But at that point, you need more engines, and the way that thrust, it's like the thrust to weight of a full rocket in Kerbal is relatively accurate. You generally want 1.5 it, 1.2 to 1.5 or something like that. But the thrust to weight of the engines and the fuel ratio of the fuel tanks is very inaccurate. Problem. Also, I once again did not pitch over at a very efficient time. And I might have just... No, okay. I think I'm good. The fact that I wasted a bunch of fuel not pitching over early. On this nuts, even though it's not that big of a ship. FPS. It's a very big ship, but it's not a high part count ship. Nearly over at all. problem. I really need to be gravity turning harder, but I'm not. It's getting a little bit better, I think. I'm flying very inefficient. You always want to be aiming roughly prograde, and I'm just like 20 degrees off prograde right now. This might be a redo because I really fucked up that profile. That takeoff launch profile. Normally I would stage here and then boost the send the booster on a little boost back burn, but I think I'll use a little bit more fuel just to boost the ship. I think that's gonna have to be close enough. Let me stage and very lightly. Let's go prograde, and then tiny bit of thrust. Over here. You go retrograde. You go full thrust. You continue going retrograde. Booster firing, come on. Spin, you fucker. Okay, that's good enough. Hopefully that's enough to land. Now you, why are you not going prograde? I told you to go prograde. Oh, I was worried about the thrust to weight on these engines. I had them set to 50% still. That's why the thrust to weight on landing was so bad. So now I've got tons of thrust to weight for landing. That's good, I guess. Kind of pretty close. I think we're going to be okay, but it's going to be relatively tight. Let's pitch down a bit. Shut down all of my non-vacuum engines just to give myself as much efficiency as possible, since these ones are 380 ISP, or 382 seconds, whereas these ones, the sea level ones, are like 340, something like that. So, if you need the thrust, you use all of them, and that's technically more efficient, even though the middle engines are inefficient. The more thrust makes up for it, but since I'm high enough up and I'm already going pretty fast, I turn off the less efficient engines to make it so that the average efficiency is higher. Space now. Let's get these solar panels out. Can't deploy well Window? What? Oh. Right. Oh, this is gonna be tight. Okay, I'm gonna coast up a little bit so I can get closer to my apoapsis. So I'm putting more fuel into raising my periapsis rather than right now, if I burn, I'm adding a little bit to my apoapsis. So let's just boost a little bit forward, like a minute. Actually, let's shore facing prograde. Okay, how much percentage of recovery did I get? 95%? It's not great, but I'll take it. Oh yeah, so I only spent like 40 grand on that booster. I don't know if that includes fuel cost, but again, like I modded it, so fuel cost is way lower than it normally would be, so that shouldn't matter too much. So even if it's 100 grand or 200 grand for the launch, that's still pretty good. Wait, I still gotta... Okay, yeah, I'll have plenty of fuel. This won't be a big problem, I don't think. Yeah, it'll still be tight, but I think I got it. So I keep burning too early and bumping my apoapsis up. In orbit, almost perfectly circular. Perfect. Okay. And I still have a little bit of 200 meters per second left on, not counting the fuel tanks that I specifically reserve for re-entry. So I have a little bit extra margin for landing. And now that I know that the thrust to weight on these, this is way better than I thought it was. I should have no problem landing with this, hopefully, in theory. Although landing with the 170 ton stage up top might cause problems, but I don't know. We'll find out. Those shadows. Oh, did my shadow settings get fucked up again? Because that's not what it's supposed to look like. What is the hotkey for that? Is it Shift F11? No. Control F11. No, I don't have the options in here. Like the shadows get all gross and weird when you zoom out even a little bit. I just updated scatterers, so that's probably why. Ugly as hell though. Okay. So what was the button to get rid of? There we go. So now let's get this thing out of here. Let me save. Undock. And then we need to try to wiggle this thing out of the cargo bay. Well, that actually went better than I expected. Let me go down, 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 down. I think this is my first proper starship like cargo launch in this campaign. Every other one has been just I send the ship up itself. Look at that. Let's close this up for now until we need it to get back home. The ship has enough power and enough solar that it'll keep these this propellant from boiling off. So wait, why is... Oh. Yeah, no, why is the liquid methane so much lower than the oxygen? That's weird. I wonder if there's something fucked up, because I had to mod these RCS to... I had to basically mod in methane RCS. So I wonder if it's not properly using the oxidizer, and that's why the methane's so much lower. That's weird. Or because there's a bunch of boil off, which there shouldn't be, because I turned it off. Or because I insulated the tanks, and I'm using power to stop. Unless... Oh, god damn it. Please don't tell me you did what you think I think you did. Oh, you did. Okay. It pulled oxidizer from this instead of from what it was supposed to, which is exactly the opposite of what I wanted. But what I can do... Why? What's going on here? Not enough crew, what? I wasn't aware this thing had a minimum crew. Can I, if I put one of the tourists in the cockpit, does he count as a crew member? No, he doesn't. Okay, well this is a problem. Because apparently it counts... Apparently this thing requires crew, and I didn't put a fucking probe core on it because I'm an idiot. So right now the ship is just dead in the water and I can't do anything. It's a problem. And combined with the fact that it pulled fuel out of here, that's also a problem. So I might have to revert this even though it seems like it went well. Unfortunately. So I think what I'll do, I'll fix this issue, I'll relaunch it, get back to orbit, and then I'll probably just save and quit for the night and then do the actual mission next time. Because it took way longer to build than I thought it would. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Shit, don't load that. Okay, it's fine. That's also not the one I want. Where is the ship that I'm launching? There, that one. Okay. So, what I need to do is disable crossfeed on this fucking thing. Disable crossfeed. Actually, no, I want to enable crossfeed, but I want to manually disable the tanks. Because that way, if I need to transfer fuel, I can, but I won't automatically. So what I'll do is I'll bump those supplies back up to full, and then I'll add one more crew member. Because apparently I need to have 2 crew for some reason. So we'll send Bob. Other than that, the whole thing ran shockingly well. Let me turn these engines back to... I could turn them to full, but I don't think I actually need to. I think I still have plenty of thrust to weight, so... And especially if I don't fuck up the takeoff trajectory as much this time. It should be okay. That part went fine. The escaping the bay worked fine. Actually, I need to bump these recyclers up to 8, because I only got 7 because I only had 7 members. But now I have 8 members, so I need 8 recyclers. So that's better. Kinda tempted to bump up the size of the booster again and just add a couple more engines to compensate for it, just because that would be more flexible for future launches. Don't know if that's worth doing right now. Let's see. If I just scoot this thing up. Hey. I definitely can cram more engines in here. Let me turn these into 6, so I can cram them in closer. Really wish it didn't automatically change your symmetry amount just from getting close to another object. These different sizes? Oh, they're all 1.5. We bump this up to, I think I had 16, now I can do 18, I think. Can I do 20? No, they're clipping. That's no fun. I mean, it would work fine, but it's not. Clipping's no good. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to happen. I didn't know. Okay, shift clicking a non-root object makes you grab the root object. That's actually super handy to know. That does not fit properly. You know, let me stick with 16 on this outer ring. And then if I go 15 on the inner ring, will that... That did not work the way I hoped it would. Oh, there's some bad clipping there. Okay, what if instead I do 14 on the outer ring and 14 on the inner ring? Still way more engines, but should be nice and symmetrical, hopefully. That gets me a thrust weight at 2.52. That is a lot. See if I can cram these up a little bit more. Preferably without hitting that. None of those are interfering with each other. Let me make an action group, actually, to disable all of these engines. Because that way when I do the boost back burn, I can just have the gimbaled engines, so they'll save some fuel while I turn. And boost back burn, thrust away doesn't matter, so let me pull these down and then replace this tank with a slightly bigger one. So that gives me thrust weight still crazy high. But I've got slightly, you know, as long as I have a huge thrust to weight, there's no reason not to just keep extending. Although, as I understand it, lag in the game is caused by number of engines multiplied by number of tanks that they're pulling fuel from. So adding more engines and more fuel tanks is potentially hugely increasing the lag on takeoff, but, you know, whatever. I could just go for 2 of these big tanks. That might be a bit much, but I think weight-wise it'll work. Aerodynamics might be terrible, but I don't know. That gives me way more delta V, and I'm still at a higher thrust of weight than I was previously. And it's actually, like, size-wise, it looks a bit more appropriate for a starship. Or for a super heavy, I should say. Okay, so what problems did I have last time? I had the fuel crossfeed, which should be fixed now. It can't pull from these tanks, so that should be fixed. And then I had the... And even if it doesn't work, I can just check it before I decouple, and it should be fine. And then I had the control thing, which should be fixed. Yes. Actually, while I'm thinking of action groups, I should have an action group to turn on and off the vacuum engine, or the sea level engines and the vacuum engines on here. So 1 is sea level, 2 is vacuum. Wish there's an easy way to set, like, max thrust, but there isn't. Okay, let's get this thing back down to Earth. Close the bays back up. You double check my claw didn't disappear again. I think that problem is solved, but better be safe than sorry. Yes, okay. These thrusters are ugly. Okay. Okay, everything should be good now. Got way more fuel in this first stage. Also way more thrust, so efficiency-wise, this should be great. Way better. Let's try it again. The only potential issue is if the thing wiggles itself to death because it's so crazy long and the game is not built to handle ships that long. That's looking much more appropriate now. how much thrust to weight I have, but because of the lag, it looks way worse than it is. Oh, I forgot to fix those shadows too while I was in there. Damn it. Oh, that may have been too aggressive of a turn. Good. One problem, having only some of the engine's gimbal is much more realistic and it's much cooler looking, but it also gives you way less control authority, which is fine if you know the exact aerodynamics and the exact launch profile you want for your ship, but if you're just kind of winging it, it's not great. We're now getting less than 10 FPS versus like 13 last time, so. Oh, I'm pretty aggressive on this turn. I think it's fine, but it looks good. Should have added more thrusters to the booster here to make it easier to spin back around. Oh god, I might have turned too hard. Aerodynamics. Stop. Stupid atmosphere. See down here, this indicator shows that my ship is pitching as hard as it possibly can upwards, and it's still going slowly downwards, which is not a great sign. Just turn the gimbal on. That enabled it for all of them. No, it didn't. Okay, well, yeah, this mission might be a bit of a wash because I'm currently pitching down faster than I can compensate. I might have to turn the gimbals on all these other engines on the next one. Last ascent was a bit too steep. This one is maybe a bit too shallow. Oh god, I'm starting to twist off the right heading too. So yeah, let's not waste any more time. Let's nope, no shit. I meant to revert to launch. Damn it. Gotta be so careful clicking stuff in here because you click the wrong thing, you waste like 5 minutes while it loads a menu you didn't mean to go to. And especially because whatever weird mod thing I have that keeps breaking the way that crafts load is not helping either. Because it just adds another step to every time I do this accidentally. On top of that, the fact that the game refuses to just remember what your crew was, so you have to manually redo that every time. Gimbal, that's what was broken. So even if it's less realistic, I'm just going to turn all the gimbal on all these. And now I'm going to have a crazy amount of control because these engines I have modded up to have tons of extra gimbal. Like they go way past their gimbal limits. In fact, I'm going to knock them down so they're not going to clip through the skirt too much. Like that. Okay. I think everything else should be good. Although knowing this game, who knows, but let's try to launch it again. Okay, let's try this again. Should, in theory, have no trouble keeping control, although I might have trouble not overshooting every time I turn because I have so much control. But that's a me. Way more control now. Max, do you remember what you said the speed of sound was in game when you checked the other day? So it seems like the worst lag happens right around like 280, 300 meters per second. I want to say that's around where the speed of sound was. So it might be that the aerodynamic simulation is part of why it lags so bad around here. Either that or just loading into clouds might. Although I can't. This doesn't feel like a GPU lag. It feels like CPU. Okay, well that, you know, the leg started right around the time as that you could see the aerodynamics, so that makes sense. Probably just ride this pro grade now. It's not going to be as efficient, but throttle down a bit. Drag this out a bit longer. Probably a less than ideal trajectory because I'm going to be, even when I stage with Starship, it's going to be so far in the atmosphere, it's still going to be hitting a lot of drag. Getting up higher is probably better, but eh. I'll get to about maybe 300-ish on here of remaining on this, and then I will stage it and boost back. Maybe like 250. This 300 is probably a bit much. Here. We're going to stage, we're going to hit this, we're going to stay prograde, and we're going to very slightly start the engines up. Because I don't want to burn the booster off. Okay, full thrust there. Here we're going to go retrograde. Let's turn the outer engines off, just use the middle ones. Now, why are you trying to slow yourself down? Just get going. Back to the Starship. How are you doing over here? Okay, you're at halfway up to 100k on this, probably. Nice even number. shut down sea level. Accelerate a bit. If I shrink these middle engines down, which I know I can do because I forgot that they're at 30 or 50% thrust, so I can do that in the future. This is actually pretty close to accurate size for engines on Starship, which is cool. And I've actually got about the right amount of engines and booster too. Yeah, these sea level ones are way too big, but that's because I fucked up and forgot about the thrust limit on them. Alright, let's do this. See if I can do this maneuver again without horribly breaking anything. I'm gonna make sure that it... Okay, didn't pull any fuel this time. Good. It's not sending this thing off with half its oxidizer gone. Make quick save first, just in case something gets knocked off or bumped. Alright, so now we need to pitch down, push back, pitch down. I really should have added a probe core to this thing just in case it didn't have enough enough supplies, but I think I'm okay. Can I actually control... Okay, I can actually control it now, so that's good. So if I re-enable all the fuel, re-enable... Actually, I can leave the RCS disabled for now. I don't need it. And if I activate engines, which I can't for some reason. That's way less Delta V than I thought I'd have, but okay. So let's get these lights on. Let's do habitat. Habitat. I should have put at least life support on a hotkey, but I didn't. Okay. Stage destroyed, what? Well, shit. Okay, well, that's 700 grand gone instead of like 40. I don't know why. I guess I didn't have enough fuel. Like my little backup fuel tank for landing with, I guess didn't have enough. Yeah, I guess it ran out of fuel. Alright, well, good to know. If I use that giant booster again, I need a bigger backup fuel tank. Let me just play around with the maneuver node for a minute and see if I can actually get an intercept with that asteroid. Oh, that inclination changes quite a bit. Getting, like, rendezvousing with it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but getting back is going to be a real pain. So let's see, I'm going to need... I wonder if I can use a moon gravity assist to knock my inclination down. Probably not. That's probably not worth the time. Oh boy, this is actually a... It might make sense to wait until... We just crossed an ascending node. It should be fine. You know, rather than doing this manually, I'm just going to use an intercept planner. If I do transfer to another planet. So that intercept will happen in 33 years. That seems like a little bit too much, I think. I don't know if we want to be floating around for 33 years. Okay, this says 1500 meters per second, but that's going to be soon. Okay, so if I want the most efficient path, it's 1530 meters per second in 32 years. Or if I want to get it done a little bit more quickly, it's 100 or 1580 meters per second now. I just wonder if I can do a basically like a direct intercept with it. So if I create this, it just doesn't work. Okay. Why it's freaking out about not letting me make nodes. Okay, I'm just gonna have to figure out how to do it manually. Oops, wrong button. I really should have done more planning on this ahead of time because I do not know if this is going to actually work with this vessel and this intercept. I could just change my mind and go after a different asteroid if I really want to. This one seemed the easiest, but the inclination is going to make it a problem. You know what, before I start doing any crazy burns, let me do that. So let me quick save. Because there were a bunch of like A and C class asteroids that are just little tiny ones that I could have gone for that I didn't want to because big asteroids are more fun. But if the choice is big asteroid or small asteroid or no asteroid, I think I can justify it. Just gotta wait for this to load for the next 5 minutes. I have to remember to go back to the Space Center screen and change those shadow settings so it doesn't look like shit. Oh, come on. Alright, let's just start tracking everything and see what happens. Okay, this one has almost no inclination. Oh, wait. Yes, it does. Never mind. But the inclination is, it's going to actually encounter Kerbin up ahead. That's good. That's very good. Because I don't need to be there long. So if I can fly out to intercept it and then just hang out as it flies back towards Kerbin, and then I can just break off from it. Oh, let me try some. Let me just check others just to be sure. Okay, that one's a no good. That one. Is there something that shows relative inclination on here? So this one's relatively far away, but it has almost no inclination, which that's the biggest fuel sink, is inclination changes. Let's check some of these ones. So there was that D-class one that is it is on an inclination, but it's going to be intercepted soon. Which means I would just need to wait 50 days, which is a decent chunk of time, but not that much. And then burn after it there. How close is it going to pass by the planet? Oh, it's going to pass by at a real weird trajectory. That's actually not ideal. That's actually very not ideal. So let's axe that idea. This one might be the best bet just because it has so little inclination. It has an intercept coming up. Let's see how... so there's some inclination there, but not nearly as bad as that other one. And this one I'm actually going to be catching up on, so that might be good. I think one of these two are the option. This one is C class, this one is B class. Those are both pretty lame, but let me get rid of all these other ones out of here just to stop clogging stuff up. That one's not on a very easy to access trajectory. think I've got my choice, but now let me back out to menu just to get those shadow settings right. I'll see if I can get a good intercept with one of those two asteroids. God damn, this lag. There we go. So yeah, it's currently set to low. Why are you set to low? Okay, that should be good. Hopefully that sticks. Here, let me turn that to high as well. That'll increase the GPU load on my system, but it should not impact the... like, the CPU is what's bottlenecking me pretty much all the time, so... See if that works. See if that fixes the weirdness. Makes things look prettier. God, which one is the right one? This one is. Oh, that looks so much cleaner. Holy shit, that makes a difference. I did not expect it to be that obvious. Everything looked so muddy and just gross before, now it looks so clean. God damn. And basically no impact to frame rate. Oh, there's the starship. Let me rename this thing, because... Why am I getting 17 FPS in the map? That's weird. That's new. Normally it hitches up, but it runs fine. And now it's better. What? Okay, well, I don't get it. Okay, this is the one I was gonna target. Currently in plane, so if I just... Let me see if MacJeb has a good solution for it. What, 2,000 or 2 kilometers per second if I leave now? That's a lot. What about the other one? It's 1,500 if I leave now. The transit is 263 days versus way more. Okay, so we're going for this one. Can save a lot of fuel if we wait 100 days, but I don't think I want to. And I should have enough without doing that if I just leave now. So let's create that. Why do you keep giving me errors when you try to create the node? Do it manually. Okay, so closest approach. Definitely not an ideal departure time. Let me redo this a bit. For some reason it keeps showing me intercepts that are like 2 years away, which should not require that long. Let me try a much more aggressive approach. It's actually pretty damn close. I don't know why this is showing the distance as in a year when it's right here and it's in 53 days. Fucking UI for the game is always weird. This gets me under 10,000 kilometers. It's very dangerous to be using this much fuel, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Might need some very tricky maneuvering with that starship on the way back to basically pick this thing up as it flies by Kerbin, but see what happens. Let me quick save before I do anything, because this is probably going to be... Now, let me actually name this quick save. Asteroid Mission Departure. Because there's a very real chance that this is a terrible trajectory and it's going to fuck me up and leave me stranded on that asteroid for an indefinite amount of time. Because normally when you do a transfer like this, you would... Oh god, leg. You would wait until the optimal time in the entire orbit, and then you would launch out and take a full orbit to just barely graze... God, words. It's like barely graze the orbit of the thing you're trying to intercept. So it'd take a really long time, but you'd arrive there at pretty much the same speed. You would just have to do a little burn to circularize yourself. Whereas what I'm doing is I'm saying fuck it, and I'm going like 30 degrees ahead in the orbit and saying I'm going to intercept you now. It's much faster, and it's good when you have a crewed mission because it saves life support. But it also means that you're spending substantially more fuel. It's like 1,000 meters per second delta V is enough to like get to and capture at Duna or Eve, whereas I'm using like 1,200 just to get there, and then I have to use how much more to basically cancel that speed out. see, how close did I get? Yeah, not super, but close enough, I guess. So we'll get away from Kerbin, and then let's see if we can't fine tune. Well, let's get away from Kerbin first, because then the UI changes to reflect, or changes to be more useful. Alright. Now, outside of Kerbin's sphere of influence. Now, let's see if we can fine-tune this, this approach. There's 100 kilometers. I can live with that. Watching this number down here drop, because that's the lowest distance, or the closest distance between me and the asteroid. So the lower I get that here, the less fuel I have to spend getting closer when I'm out there. Alright, there we go, 130 kilometers. So let's quick save again. Oh, I've only got 20. Oh, this is not looking great for my return, but what theoretically might happen is I might have to send like a rescue ship to just grab this and just tug it back to Kerbin. The starship can dock with it and land from there. Coming up on it. So if I go in here and you see, asteroids going straight along the main orbit, and I'm on this really weird eccentric path. I'm basically on an orbit that'll intercept Duna relatively, like Duna's orbit, because I just accelerated so hard to try to hit this asteroid sooner. So now I'm down to 6 kilometers. Let's get a bit closer. There's no way we're gonna be able to see it from a distance. I think this one's a C class. The initial one I was going to go for was E. I think it's going to be something like 20 meters. Like not... It's probably going to be smaller than the rocket. Or like comparably sized. Whereas the big asteroids are sizable. And the comets are huge. Oh, that's... Okay, I'm gonna do this just because I'm already here, but I'm gonna have to revert this because this is way more fuel than I thought I was gonna need. I figured it'd take about 1,000 to slow down. It's gonna take almost everything I have to slow down. So this is not gonna be tenable long term. I have to load that quick save, but I can at least see it since you watched this stream this long already. So it's going to be coming up from basically this direction, I guess. There it is. Little white dot. So I'm screaming past it at like 2 kilometers per second, so I'm trying to just desperately slow down. It would have made way more sense to put stages on this thing. Put a big stage with multiple rockets and then put a little one for return. That would have actually been smart, but, you know. Smart is hard. I didn't even see it. We just flew past it. I didn't even see it. Where is it? It's way over there. Okay. Now that we've matched orbit, I can just give it a little bit of a puff to get some speed going towards it, and then just time warp to catch up. So if this isn't doable, like the way I want to, I might just send that starship that's waiting to land around Kerbin, I might just send that one back and launch another one with a kick stage on it that can dock onto this docking port, like with docking ports on both sides, that just has a bunch more fuel and engines, and use that as the... Use that to get to the asteroid, and then use this to get back from the asteroid. And that first stage, or the extra stage, wouldn't need any life support, so it would have way, like, it would be way higher, like, fuel to or mass to fuel ratio, fuel to mass ratio. Fuel to dry mass ratio. The nice thing about the far future engines, though, is that, you know, I see this, I see, oh god, it's a 2,000 meter per second braking burn, and that's basically completely impossible to use. But if I get one of those saltwater engines that has nuclear saltwater engines that has 40,000 meters per second, it's like, oh yeah, I'll spend 8,000 going there and 10,000 braking, and then I'll still have plenty of fuel left to get home. And I'll get there in 5 days because fucking fast rocket. It's actually decently sized for a C class. Let's see if we can dock to it real quick. I have to bring this solar panel in. Oh, wait a minute. These are the wrong solar panels. These ones don't come in. Uh-oh. Well, I might just have to break this one off. Unless I can find a really convenient spot on the asteroid. This might not even be an ideal spot to dock with it, because you probably want to dock with it on one of these ridges here. I'm actually going to try to do. These RCS pods look way better than the ones that I've got on the Starship. Instead of just having that weird dumb gas, they got these really quick jets, which is what they actually look like. I just want to get this claw here lined up with this here. I should have put some lights. Oh, okay, I guess the claw has a light built in. I was going to say I should have put some lights on this ship, but... where is my prograde marker? Go. Oh, that solar panel's absolutely going to touch. Oh, I don't know. That was an autosave. I thought it was the ship breaking. Come on. It's a very awkward configuration of a ship to dock like this from the side. Come on. Come on. Oh god, it's not connecting. There we go. Yay. Oh god. Auto strut. Oh god. Why are you doing that? Here we go. Just use time warp to abuse. Oh nope, that didn't work. I was gonna say you could use it to abuse the physics, but oh, I think it's because the hinge is not locked. Where is the claw now? There it is. There we go. Now I got it locked. So mission accomplished, and now I'm gonna redo it again in a future future situation. Also, that this didn't count for. Huh. Oh no, okay, that did work. That did count. So now I just gotta bring it home. Or first I need to hang out for 15 minutes and then I gotta bring it home. Which is a problem when I have no fuel. Is there any science to do here? Because normally they're supposed to be separate, like, I guess there's take sample. It's supposed to be like separate, like, rewards and stuff for rendezvousing with an asteroid, but appears that there isn't this time. So it's definitely been more than 15 minutes. I don't know why it's not triggering. Unless it means 15 hours. In which case it's been more than that too. Yeah, with all these mods and all these planet packs and stuff, a lot of times you have to just kind of work honor system and be like, okay, well I did the contract, but it didn't unlock because of some weird bug, so now I gotta just use the cheap menu to manually do it. So yeah, I did, I did the first half of the mission, but the hard part, which is getting home, I cannot currently do, so... I undock now. Assuming it'll let me. Oh, just launched my ship away. Ow. So yeah, like for some reason it just didn't count that as 15 minutes attached to the asteroid, even though it clearly was. So I've got 200 meters per second of delta V left, and that's it. To return to Kerbin, which is a, like, I don't know how many. Like right now, if I go into the menu and plan a maneuver to re-intercept Kerbin. I mean, the asteroid is going to intercept. I wonder... I could do a very hard re-entry on Kerbin. This might be doable without redoing, but it's going to be real fucking dicey. Okay, let me put another quick save down. Asteroid intercepted. I feel like doing a manned mission to an asteroid should be worth more than 50 science. Yeah, maybe that's just me. Because, like, getting back to Kerbin from here, no way in hell. Like, not a chance. But the asteroid's already coming back to Kerbin on its own. The question is, can I manipulate the intercept? Is 200 meters per second enough to bring this future intercept from here down to here? I think it might be. Oh, yes it is. So... okay, well if I do a flyby, I just have to wait 254 years for the next flyby to happen automatically, and problem solved. So I can get a re-entry, but this ship is not meant to re-enter. It's meant to get back into orbit, and then the starship has to grab it. And its peak speed at the bottom of this trajectory is going to be real quick. If I turn on trajectories... I guess I can't see for something that far away. So, depending on how fast I'm going, what I'm thinking is, If I fully fuel up that starship in orbit, what I might be able to do is get it fully fueled up, wait for the crewed mission to show back up at Kerbin, and then if I time it right, I can chase it with the starship, a fully fueled starship, use half the fuel to catch up with it, grab it, and then use the rest of the starship's fuel to basically cancel out all this extra velocity. The question is, I don't know how much velocity extra this thing's going to have at the intercept. Because if it's more than like 4,000, then that won't work unless I send another fully fueled tanker starship up, refuel both it and the original one, send the original one after, send them both after the ship, use all of the fuel intercepting the ship, then dock, grab the crewed ship with the regular starship, then dock with the tanker that's also fully fueled that chased it, and use the remainder of the fuel of the tanker to then refuel it. But that would then require dumping the tanker, and that's really expensive, so I wouldn't want to do that. Let's just see. Let's just do another quick save and fast forward if I do this small burn. And just find out how much velocity is left. That's... oh, whoops. I need to do this in 3 days, not now. Oh, also I'm still controlling it from the grabby claw. I do like the idea of just launching a starship up and just having it hang out in orbit so that anything that needs to come back to the planet can just dock with it can just grab whatever comes back and bring it back down. Oh, this is hitching up a lot. Basically. It's annoying to have to load parachutes and heat shields onto every single ship that comes back. That is not the orbit I asked for. I probably could, since I did this mission way faster than I intended to, I probably could have jettisoned some of this supplies. Because I used like 1/20th of it, and my intercept with Kerbin is so I'm about halfway done with the mission, and I've used a tiny fraction of the supplies. Can I jettison supplies with this mod? Can. So the smart thing would have been to do that initially, right at the start of the mission, so that I didn't have to. Okay, so if I hit dump, okay. Let's just dump it down to like 20%. Just watch this delta V very, very gradually tick up. It's not much, but at this point anything I can get, I need. Alright, let's just 30% is fine. That almost doubled my delta V just doing that. Oh, that's a very kinda wanna bump that out a little bit. Theoretically, I can aero brake a tiny bit. I don't know how much, depending on how fast I come in, I could, come into the atmosphere pretty deep and just burn off some speed that way. But This ship was not built for re-entry. It has no heat shield, and I think I'm going to be coming in pretty hard. But there's also nothing sensitive on the bottom, so I don't know, maybe. Let's quick save again. Okay, let's get rid of that maneuver node. Let's just see what happens. It's gonna fly by at like 2,000 meters per second on top of the, orbital velocity is like 1,800 or something, or 1,900, and it's gonna come flying by at like 4,000. Hey, look, there's that comet. Where is it right now? That's not even, like, if they come in within Moho's orbit, they're huge. That's a pretty big one as it is. And, like, it's actually physically, like, it's not just a sprite in the background. Like, as you time warp, you can see the gas coming off of it move faster. I haven't done a legit comet intercept ever, so once I get my far future stuff, once I have the money for it, I gotta intercept one of those because they're cool. God, this hitching every time I zoom in and out is really frustrating. Okay, I'm actually at a really low. That's a shockingly low orbital. Like, this might actually work, maybe. Like, I'm not coming in that fast at all. Like, if I come down here, I might be able to survive. I might be able to, like, basically re-enter at this speed and not burn up. But oh yeah, I can totally. Okay, I don't. This should not have worked this well. That's actually good to know, though. Like, I mean, it kind of makes sense because the asteroid was on an orbit, was on an intercept with Kerbin. So, like, the smart, efficient thing to do would be to wait till the intercept, then go rendezvous it, and then wait for the next intercept to return home. But instead, I just had a ton of fuel. I just dumped all the fuel to intercept it ahead of time, and then the asteroid brought me back home. Basically. Like, I burned on an orbit straight to Duna, more or less, and then I unburned it, so I was on an intercept trajectory back to Kerbin. So I actually have enough fuel to manually capture, even without an aero brake, and if I aero brake... Assuming I survive this re-entry, it'll put me in a really nice orbit. I still would probably want to refuel that starship that's in orbit and go grab it. Because I just don't have the fuel to manually do stuff. But it's really not that far off. Because if I can get to here, if I can survive the partial re-entry, get to here, and then just raise this periapsis up to 100 kilometers where the starship is, I just need to refuel the starship with maybe like half a load, and then it can go do the rendezvous on its own. For a mission so poorly planned, this is going really well. So let's just get back to Kerbin and see if the re-entry works. If not, I'm not gonna, like, this is gonna be the end. Like I said, I was gonna stop streaming a while ago, so I'm not gonna go much longer. But now I'm just curious if this is gonna horribly fail or not. So let's get the camera back. Wait, what? Let's point retrograde. Now I gotta be careful because I don't know how good the heat resistance on this docking port is, and I need that docking port to get home, so let's hope that doesn't just explode. I'm coming on a very steep entry, so there's a very good chance this is just gonna blow up, but even so, this is an experiment run. If it works, great. If not, who cares? So I've got 100 quick saves. All right, let's get these solar. Or no, that's right. I can't get the solar panels in, so those things are gone. There's no saving those. I thought I'd put the Gigantors on, which you can deploy and retract, but I put the Megalodors on instead. So yeah, I'm coming in at 3,000 meters per second. That's a healthy amount, but it's not that much more than like a return from the moon would be. And you can kind of cheese a moon return without too much trouble. Why I do question why the oxidizer is so low on this thing. Because nothing I have. I'm pretty sure these RCS things are the same propellant ratio as the engines are. Well, okay. Well, okay, that was just a solar panel. No big deal. That was expected. I mean, it's a big deal in that my life support's about to run out of power, but eh. At this point, if I get this thing into Kerbin orbit, it's fine. I can rendezvous with it. These guys can starve in orbit for as long as I want because there's no death in this mod. It's just it just counts as your Kerbals can't be used to pilot stuff or to do stuff, but they still exist, and if you recover them, you're fine. Oh, we got some potential engine overheats. Let's just spin. It's a good trick. It's much cheaper to use another starship to refuel because, I mean, if you could theoretically send a fuel tank and nothing else, it might be cheaper. But, like, a fully reusable starship, you're getting, the only thing you're spending is the fuel to get it up there. So you spend a little bit more fuel because you have the extra weight of the starship itself, but the thing is you can't put a fuel tank in orbit by itself. It needs to have some sort of thruster to get up there. It needs to have some sort of RCS to rendezvous. It needs to have some sort of probe core, and then because it has a probe core, it needs to have power and batteries. So even like the most bare bones, like disposable like fuel tank refueling craft, it's going to wind up being more expensive than a starship that you are. Oh, okay. Well, something just exploded. I don't even. Oh, the docking port did. Okay, so rip this plan. Although it didn't explode until I got down to like 38,000, so I could just do a less severe entry trajectory and be fine. Like as it is, I'm already within the sphere of influence of. Oh, something else just exploded. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. But if instead of now I keep saying I'm going to stop streaming, but now I need to know. If I do that same entry, but instead of coming in at like 38 kilometers, I come in at 45 kilometers, I think I'll be fine. This should be the last quick save. But that's kind of the thing with real life Starship. It's like, yes, it's a huge rocket, and as a result, you spend a lot more building them, and you spend more fuel launching them because big rockets are heavier, so you need more fuel to launch it. But fuel costs are kind of negligible. All of the cost is in the ship itself, more or less. I mean, and all the infrastructure to launch it. But if you can just basically negate the cost of the ship because it gets recovered cheaply, then it's even if you spend a quarter of the fuel launching a disposable fuel tank, it's still probably going to be cheaper overall to use a fully reusable thing that you can just land it and refuel it and do it again. Obviously, Kerbal doesn't really properly simulate all of the costs associated, but okay, so if I just do radial out and then just pump it up, there we go. So now it's 45 instead of 38 or whatever. So let me go a little bit higher. Let's go 48. 49. This should be trivial to survive. So the contract is broken, so it's not going to automatically tell me that I did it right, but that's fine. Because I can just get back to the planet and then hit the cheat button that makes these contracts unlock. Or mark them as completed and give me the rewards for them. Which is annoying, because even if it's rightful cheating, it's still cheating, and that's annoying, but it's Kerbal Space Program, and it's heavily modded Kerbal Space Program, so nothing works right. So it just kind of comes with the territory. So yeah, this will be a much higher orbit on the first pass, but if I can survive one pass, I can survive several subsequent passes to get my orbit down further and further. Well, the solar panels are going to burn off in the atmosphere either way, so that's fine. But, I mean, I could literally just ram the solar panels individually with the starship to break them off. But yes, that is why I specifically was looking at whether they were disposed or whether they were retractable or not. Was because I knew it was going to be a problem getting them back in the starship, but apparently I didn't look closely enough. Like, I can just spin this thing really fast, like a weed whacker, and just drive it past the starship and break it off on the hull. That'll work. The one potential problem I see is that I think I forgot to put that extra docking port on the starship, which was something I very explicitly said I needed to do to make sure I could refuel it. So, but it has a docking port, and that might allow it to just work, but I don't know if the tanker starship has the right size of docking port to count. So we'll see. It might just be grumpy at me, or it might work fine. If not, I can just launch a manual starship up there with a payload of fuel and dock it myself. Probably should pull these antennas in. Kind of forgot about those. And then I should probably turn the life support off so I save any fuel I have. Or any electricity I have, considering, you know, I just blew up my solar panels. You refuse to work due to homesick. Okay, fine. We'll leave this habitat on. Oh, wait. It won't let me turn the habitat on because there's... Oh, god damn it. This is actually very bad. I turned the habitat off, and it just immediately decided that, oh, okay, well, since the habitat's off, you're now... Life support is now off immediately, so the Kerbal stops counting as a Kerbal. He counts as a, you know, tourist or whatever. Which then results in, because this ship needs 2 drivers, I lose control of the ship. So this is probably another failure, but, you know. Yeah, I'm already moving up again, so I already successfully captured. Although I do have a moon encounter, which is probably bad. It would be pretty rad if I just crashed into the moon on accident. This thing might actually be able to land on the moon if I ejected the rest of the supplies. Oh, never mind. I can't because I don't have control over it anymore. Yeah. Note to self: make sure you always have a probe core on every ship, regardless of whether you think you're going to need it, because the life support mod gets very weird sometimes. Because if you run out of supplies, you get 15 days before your Kerbals start to mutiny and lose control. But if you turn the habitat off, apparently they immediately do it. Wonder if there's anything in the cheat menu just to fix that stupid shit. Just like, you know, I don't want to get infinite life support or anything. I just want to turn life support on for 3 seconds so I can press the one button to turn it back on, which doesn't feel like it's that much of a cheat. Alternatively, rather than reloading, I could just let this thing orbit like this and gradually lose its orbit, and meanwhile frantically try to refuel that starship so that I can catch it on one of these passes. But that seems like a fool's errand. Because it only has so many passes before it just, without the ability to, you know, do a couple passes and then boost it up so that the periapsis is above the atmosphere, it's just going to constantly lose altitude. But yeah, I'd say all things considered, that mission went shockingly well, considering how many things I forgot and fucked up about the planning of it. Where's the starship relative to me right now? Oh, it's on the other side of the planet. Alright, well, it's now 4:30 a.m. and I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I should probably do that, but I'm not going to save that because I need to redo that part just to not press the button that breaks everything. I mean, actually, I can do it without aerobraking and keep the solar panels until I'm ready to dock with the starship, because it only required a couple hundred meters per second to capture on the planet. Or I could just aerobrake at like 65 kilometers, so it'll strip off like barely any speed, but I can just do that over and over and over again until I get a really low orbit. Anyway, thank you for watching. Maybe I'll do this again tomorrow and finish this mission up. Goodbye.